Well, hello and welcome to the Chief Multi-Hat stream. I'm Surprise Saturday stream a little bit earlier today. Figured to change a few things up a little bit. Working on a few audio captures here apparently. Appears to be not working. Alrighty then. See if this works. Pause the music. That's quite quiet. Okay, well. All right. Working on some stream settings. Kind of want to do a couple things at once. I don't cross feed, so kind of experimenting here. We'll be doing some coding today. Working on the game. Working on the old MonoGame framework. I like it. Like a lot. And put a music handler in it, and I'm working on some menus, getting some ideas, implementing those ideas. Might have a battle soon. Might be able to get the battle to work. Then it'd be a matter of handing over full control. Well, not quite yet. I need to be able to go to the town and such. So we'll see how that goes. Right. Let's see if this works. Oh, I need to turn the repeat off on that. Nice. Get the old energy drink going. Kids, don't drink energy drinks. Don't do it. Anywho's, what are we doing? Let's kind of show what we're doing so far. Let's get right to it. So basically, hit the old pause in the music. Hit the play in the game. All right, so it looks like I'll need to add another source here. Adding a source. Explosions. Turning down the music on my own headsets. All right. What has happened here? Right. So one of the things I've worked on, let's just restart the game. Booped. And booped. Now what I need to do is I need to make the game remember the screen it was on. pop into it. Music cues in, and the volume increases. I got it set to increase to the default volume in 1500 milliseconds. The game basically takes how much time passes between each update slice and gets a running average. And then I divide the number of units of volume. No. I divide the I determine the time slice it takes to go, how many time slices would happen between in 1500 milliseconds, and then I divide the volume by that amount so that I increase the volume or decrease the volume at that rate so that the volume gets to 0 or gets to default in 1500 milliseconds. That's kind of cool. So yeah, I got the music system working, so I send it off of music. And when I do that, I say, I give it a sound theme. It will then in turn decrease the volume of the existing, if it's running, and then it will and then starts playing the new and increasing the volume up until it's the default value. So it fades in, fades out. Fancy fading in, fading out. Everything fades in, fades out. So I got some pre-selected music that I'm going to just kind of hotkey to between keys 1 and 5. So I'll pick like a Alrighty. Basically, programming Saturday. All right. Let's see if I can get anybody who cares to know. Alrighty then. What am I doing? I'm an extreme scuff at the moment. Not real well planned, just kind of throwing some stuff together here. Kind of see what's happening. There we go. then. Alrighty then. I think I got things set up. Back to the game here. Use WASD keys to move around. Actually, I'm kind of just developing it for WASD keys to do everything. I might not show the mouse. I'm not sure yet. Switch the music over. Alright, experimental battle. I hit E. There we go. Alright, so if you do W and S, you will go up. If there's multiple groups, you will scroll through those. If you hit D, you start over, immediately select your player. So, say Treknar, the fighter, I scoot over, and then now it's going to be, well, defaults to parry, so I move down, which pops up to the top. That's an attack. I've hit the A, which goes back. It's going to go to the next person in line. Move back over to the right. And I can select fight again, like so, and rinse and repeat. Bob comes up. I want Bob to do a spell. Now this is what I've been working on. Okay, what spell do you want? So I can pick what level of spell. And then I'll need to have some text, verbiage, and such disappear if there's no options available. But right now, it just here's all the levels, 6 levels. Then, if I'm going to hit D again, I'm going to put another hand over here. I'm probably going to change the... I'll probably use the same icon. You get to go up and down through the spells. And when you pick D again, it will drop down and you get to pick your target. If the spell has enemy targets, then you will only see an enemy. If you see a friendly spell, like Lesser Heal or something like that, then only your party would show up here. And if it is a spell that affects the entire party, it will just have your party name to be selected. It'll be defaulted selected anyway. So, and then once you get to the end of that chain, if you hit D again, I will want to have it come back here to the next person. If I were to click on Bob and select that, it will show in bold what was selected and in bold what's picked in this particular case. So this is the overall, all possible targets with the groups down here. And as you select your spells, you'll see what was selected, if it was selected, and you'll see bold. So if there's a party spell, then all these character names will be bold. Or I'll put in, maybe I'll put an icon next to them or something. And then if I go over here, well, I won't do it, but if I go over to the next one, select a spell again, well, it'll clear out whoever you chose. You get to pick it again. Blend a spell, now with different spells, because it's a different class. Silk. Now, I want to do is have. Now, this is our items. For things that are single use, I'm probably going to go ahead and put a commit. Like commit fight. If there are available options for the fighter, depending on the weapon types, it will give you another option on the side. So, yeah. An ability would then show the abilities. Items, all the items available to use. Spells, what level? Dispel, if you have the Dispel. Now, if you highlight Dispel and you're not a cleric, I'll just have a little thing over here to say, you know, Silk may not, do that. What I should do, actually, is when I move over to the right, I should go ahead and draw that, in fact, this is the person being selected. I think I should do that. Nice. Music is loud. Music is loud for me, not for you. There we go. Well, that's okay. Right. Where is my sprite sheet? Sprite sheet. Where art thou? I probably deleted it like a madman. Better not have. Where's the sprite sheet? Oh, is that my Twitch assets? Parts. Icon sheet. Well, I'm looking for sprite sheet, and it did not say sprite sheet. That would prevent me from finding it for sure. Where? I need to put stuff back into my spreadsheet. I'm missing some pictures here. Fun times. Let's see here. See these things right now. Transparent picture. The problem is with transparent picture is this. You'll see. See? Ugh. This ain't gonna work. Launch a full spread of missiles into the Gorkon shipyards. Alright. A sprite. And do. Can I open all these things up? That'd be wonderful. All right, let's do the old fill. Fill. Droplet. And let's pick the old. There we go. Do I have to do this for everything? Very nice. Man, I really gotta stop his threats. Can't stop threats. Anywho's. Changing up some icons. Undo. Alright. Control A, Control C. Probably should keep it in A-Sprite since it's an actual, sprite program at a later date. Of course, maybe. Nope. Control C. There. Oh. What is this size? No. Undo. Control V. Really? Okay. Want a box? Okay, I suppose I can do that. Control V. Box. White. Black background. Go. All right. So we want a box. It's a 32 by 32. Cheat. Might as well make some icons here. Alright, so far so good, I guess. And Control A, Control C. Control X, Control V. Let's zoom in here. And we went out of the bounds. Go ahead and grab down one. Oh. No, why would it do that? Do I not have the background set? Do I not have... So what are you doing? We'll get it. We'll get it. We'll get it. Alright. So... since I do use MS Paint, I really just gotta learn to start using a sprite, you know? I must be off on my color just a tad. Probably am. Let's do this. It'll be faster. Oh, undo. Control A, Control C. And let's get over here. Paste. This would indicate petrified. Alright. Let's go to poison. Alright, Control A, Control Z, and Control V. Alright, and then we got red. You are hurting. Your health is lower than it should be. I should have a yellow. Do I have a yellow? I do. Ooh, no, don't do that. Control Z, Control A, Control C. And alright. Shrink that down one. There we go. Oh yeah, I could just kind of randomly make the head bob. It's kind of funny. Look, Ma, we have animation. Alright. Okay, this is already in position. Maybe. And get this one down here. Alright. What happens if we do this? Alright, let's not do that. Alright, let's see here. Control C, Control V. That seems to be about right. Orange. Move that down here. Ick. Undo. Bug. And then we go to red. Alright. Do I not have transparent selection turned on? I don't. That's my problem. No, don't select everything in the world. Oh my goodness. Stop. Control Z. All kinds of fun. Alright. You know, I said I didn't do coding, but here I am doing a few artwork pieces. Oh my goodness. I can't seem to concentrate with poo. Right. Control A, Control C, Control V. Wrong. You don't need to hit Control A here. You just select it. And then you say Control C, and then Control V. My goodness. Problem of using too many programs. Oh, finally. Alright. Zoom out. You still have an icon sheet. Good. Alright, save. Temporarily go to a sprite and we'll just close. Don't save, please. Shrink that for further use. Alrighty then, all kinds of fun, folks. Hui. Alright, so what I could do is this. If I grab something like this, Control C, Control V, and use this as a point of reference. Oh, really? Alright, really? Okay, fine. Nope, not really. Let's grab... and do the pencil. What the color? What actual this color? Did I not? Huh? Interesting. Huh? That's kind of a green color. That's okay. All right, so. Yeah, I probably should have put a little artwork in the game. That's alright. So what I'm working on is an overlay to most of these icons. I saw that a fellow developer was working on a maze game. That's cool. Finger cramp. Just taking out the old image. So we just have what's left is fire. So one is burned and one is ablaze. Basically two different levels. So the idea would be, is in the game, I know the conditions that you're suffering. And if I could graphically accumulate these onto your status imagery, then I won't necessarily have to use all the words. I'm just going to give you a visual, as that in fact you are under the effects of whatever. There we go. It looks something like this. So normally you're going to be good health, but you might be on fire. You won't see the white bars, but just see how this will light over it. So all I got to do is the draw sequence is to draw the status first, and then draw additional statuses. So this is your health is bad, you're starting to worsen, you're on fire, and then you're really on fire. You're poisoned, and you're on fire. You know what? This is too exact, and I'm a goofball. What have I done? I'm so stinkbetty. You know, really, you just need to do this. How about this idea? Nuke. All right, let's do a little something of... Hey! This is the sort of the armor you're going to get, yes, as it's the representation. Welcome to the stream, hey Evil. How are you doing? Hey, I'm Evil, I should say. Awesomeness. Yeah, I was going to do some stuff. I figured out, I need some graphics. And yeah, I'll do a little demo for you a little bit. So this is actually, I'm using these strange square-like pixels only. Right. Okay, there we go. Ooh, nice. I've been messing around with the MonoGame engine, or the MonoGame development framework. Just got to keep trying it. And it's a graphics engine, and I thought, might be able to do some game jams now. Got graphics. Unfortunately, it doesn't build a web build. So I move into something that's not a web build. And of course, most game jams, all right, would you build a web build? I'm like, oh, for cripe's sakes. Serious? Figured I'd make a playlist of my game music. Not exactly sure if this is the best thing, but... Right, so the idea would be, it's huge! Right, well, let's try something different. Let's, There we go. Simulation, of course. Alright, you're on fire. And then... you're now on bonfire. Bonfire. You're a bonfire. Almost dead bonfire. You're poisoned and on fire. You're dead on fire. Oh, sure. Sure there can be. Can there be a gem or something under the ocean? Oh, absolutely. And petrified. Alright, I like this. I'm going to use this. A little janky, but you know what? I mean... Boop. Oh, what happened here? Oops. I shifted it. There we go. Oh no. There we go. Right, that'll work. That kind of looks cool. Control X, Control V. Let's get the transparency. There we go. Yay. All right. And then I suppose... So Evil, I had a question for you if you don't mind. How delayed does the stream seem? I'm going to put in a test. Right, I'm going to push... Well, this is probably not a good test. Anyway, I just was curious if the stream seems to be a 90 second delay or not. So I'll start speaking. It's 56:14. Yeah, 56:21. Okay. We need a synchronized clock or something. Anyway, I'm just kind of trying to determine if the game is not the stream is really delayed or not. I don't have the delay settings turned on, so I'm just curious. Alright, I'll hit save on this. So let me, I'm gonna do the old pause of the music. Alright, and hit the old play of the game. So yeah, this is the game version would run on the Windows. Oops, not that one. How about this one? Use WASD to move around. Hit D, to load. That's your game. So there's little icons I was working on. I was going to overlay that damage on top of your main condition. Ocean diving theme and jam theme is Fool's Gold. Nice. Trying to see what I can use as a very valuable loot. But it's worth absolutely nothing. Fool's Gold. That's hilarious. Alright, is your is the ship that you're on the ocean with, is that the name of that? Is it the A Fool's Folly? I have to get out there at Fool's Gold. Or stop fooling around maritime. Oh, certainly. Anywhere there's like iron-rich places, you're also going to find fool's gold too. So it's really interesting. A lot of times, fool's gold looks more pretty because you not only can you get like that gold color to it, but you can also get those nice deep purples and greens. You know, you get those different shades of metallic colors that look really nice. Kind of like bismuth in a way. Simulating battle. Change music. So yeah, you use W and S to move up and down if there's more than one group. You can then select your characters. And then select what you want them to do. And if you hit back, it goes to the next one. Just kind of go through, select your spells. You can select a spell. Back to Belinda, you know, it's just kind of back and forth and you pick things. Pick an ability. And another spell. Sleep. So now, as you go through your characters, you can go, you know, select what they are. Well, you can have a, imagine where, so on your game, you're thinking about having, I was going to go for a minor, but white vault, or, yep, like your diver design more, okay, yep. And being in the ocean, you don't have to give enemy physics, so it's kind of, oh, certainly. So, you know, I can almost envision like a, you know, you got, you could have your ocean, you could have your, you have the floor of the sand. And if you're a little diver, and down below you could have so then, nope, let's do the right thing here. Bad representation of chests or something. Maybe you have not see that very well. Let's do Oh, there we go. Have stuff on the ground, and then your diver, he goes up and down. You sink slowly if you don't do anything. Move them, You can come around and get things, and once in a while you'll have like a... Very Atari Day graphics here. Sorry. Whoa, what is going on here? Let's erase everything by accident. Oh, come on. So then you have enemies. You got enemies that you got to avoid, and maybe you got to thrust a spear at him or something, and then you're just gonna go, move side to side, could swim laterally, you go down, and then you just basically move your guy over top of things and pick up stuff, and then I get points for these guys, or maybe get evil. Oh. Maybe you'd go after like enemy starfish or something that float down. Maybe kind of like things that come after you from the side, and then things float down at the top. Your guy moves around at the bottom like this, and then he has oxygen you have to worry about. Maybe you get you find treasure and stuff below, and you fight the enemies and stuff. So then when you get back up at the top, you get points for the enemies, but then the stuff you find below is like, you open up the treasure chest and it's like, rusty forks and tarnished game tokens that look like gold, things like that. So that finding treasure actually subtracts your score, and then fighting monsters or fighting your other items actually makes you. I don't know. I suppose you get to the point where you never go after things. I kind of like this as a mini game. You inspired me to do a little something here, and I'm like, you know what? This might be kind of fun. Oops. Oh, nice. Yeah. So how long is your game jam? How long do you have to work on it? Or is this your last day? Hopefully not your last day. Nice. So are you doing the whole thing, or are you working on a team with the game jam? Oh. Trying to find a file. Oh, really? I named it that way. Of course I did. Excuse me. Sneeze. Not sure why suddenly there's dust. Love. But I discovered I already had the work done. Alrighty then. It is. Driving me nuts. I'm literally like thinking, no, I wouldn't mind making a little arcade game with like a joust or something like that. Like that's a cool idea, but no, actually my game I thought about doing this afternoon. I won't do it, but I thought about it. Where I'll just use some basic colors here. That's not what I want. I want to click this, no, click this, click that. Get the right colors. Let's go. No, I don't want that size. There we go. Let's see. We got. Yeah, right. Oh, and let's go with this. Death Star. No, not the Death Star. And let's go with colors. Brush. And let's go with Can't forget the powerhouse of the cell now. Mitochondria. Oh, thanks. Yeah, they are supposed to be cells. So yeah, you have your cells. And then you'd have some sort of and you would have and already messing it up. It's okay. Accidentally overdone some of that. Yeah. So maybe have something like these 2 frames, because I'm lazy. Oops, get this thing done right. You alternate back and forth on those frames. And essentially, this thing goes across the bottom of the cells like this. And then Yes, I am regretting the color scheme, but I'm going to keep going with it. Right. Completely sidetracked. Alrighty then. I will return. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. So what am I doing? I'm gonna making a game. Something completely different. Yeah. A little side-scrolling, back and forth, Space Invader-esque game. I made something like this using 320 by 200, 256 color VGA graphics mode 13. And it was in C with PC music, PC sounds. And so I'm gonna kind of recreate that idea with this. So basically drawing out the graphics. And putting these into the... So really, concept is that, Control H, this little ooze-like thing. You can go across the cells like this. And defend those from bacteria and all the other junk that's coming down, Space Invader wise. They'll be kind of coming down like this, and you gotta shoot them with your cannon blasts. The cannon blast. And variations basically. So these work together. They alternate back and forth. These alternate back and forth. These four will have their own rotate around as they fall. And then these guys will fall down like this. Twisting. Looks like maybe some twisting animation. Hopefully. They'll come down. And then just before they hit... it'll fall like that, and oops, fall like that, and then the graphic will be, oh yeah, do that. Sorry. Should have came up with the standard size. Did not. Definitely. I'm about the same amount of attack animations as I am going to have to death animation. That's perfect. Maybe. We'll see. Alright. I want to copy. I don't want to move it. Why do I have two of these? Oh, awesome. Well, I have diverged into another game. So, what I'm doing here is... Alright. You have a layer of cells. Got this goopy thingy, it's your defender. And it's a well, this one has a two-frame animation, undulating bottom as you move left and right. Then you kind of, it was kind of, I was drawing this and was wondering, yeesh, but it turned out, I thought it was going to be something, not what I thought it would be. And anyway, so yeah, you shoot this fireball. Any bodies or whatnot, whatever you want to call them, animation will occur. This will shrink down and then boom, shoot off, and then that will rotate this bullet as it goes up. So these guys, I'm gonna have the different kinds of little bit of viruses and bugs and stuff. You're gonna have these things flip rotation. Come this way, just kind of, these two are paired, these two are paired. I accidentally grabbed too much there. Grab this, Control C. Oh yeah, got Control C, Control V, flip. There we go. Right, we're not gonna double this. Right, so these guys will rotate, kind of a little rotation, hopefully. Rotate as they come down. And then, so they get in this position, you could still kill it, you're here. But after that, it's done. This will then descend, pulls back, fires into the cell, and I'm just basically working on the cell death animations at this point. Then up here it starts to turn, shrinks, and disappears. Poofed. So that's your cell dies, and I'll need a few of these animations for these other ones. So these come after you, and well, these will come after the cells too. So yeah, I got to build out. Oh, I'm not sure about these guys yet. Well, hello, Ross Codes. Thank you for joining me. Doing a little bit of derailed artwork. That's not a dungeon crawler. But just kind of throw a little something together. I think I might do a side project with some MonoGame. See how it goes. Made this one way back. Yeah, this... Oh, another gentleman, Mr. Evil here, he's working on a game jam, and he was talking about his game he was working on, and I was kind of threw something together to kind of get a feel for not what he's doing, but it was inspired, and then I got fully derailed, I don't have to make this kind of game. I want to make Space Invader-esque cell game, where you have this goopy mass that defends your cells against viruses and bugs and all kinds of stuff. So here's your cells. Here's your guy. It goes across the bottom. Fire an energy bullet. I do have a fish over here, though. So yeah, got kind of your different types of cell things that attack. I just going through one of the major attack animations and such. Just kind of on my Dungeons of Treptera sprite sheet, so I need to go transfer this off. Yeah, so we let me clean up a little bit here. Get back to the game. What am I doing? Paint. Let's call this not here. Let's go to games, assets, new folder, Virus Blaster. Oops. And let's grab all these ideas. Chugga. This is a big file. Control X. Does that work? That was huge. This thing's huge. Right, save. There we go. And then restore my spreadsheet. Sprite sheet. Certainly. Alright, so get back to the game. So what I have Dungeons of Treptera, and it is a dungeon crawl game, retro style. And originally, well, it still is, but I built the game itself like in a library. It's it's all self-contained, and then I'm using a website server or a web server to render the game state. So I create a bunch of Razor pages, and that's going to give you the experience of going into the town, going into the dungeon, and things like that. But because the game's actually self-contained, I'm trying to port it over to MonoGame. And so with that, get to do all the rudimentary graphics and such. It's not quite it's a full engine, but it's not like a typical engine where you're going to use a Godot or something, where you can set up all the scenes and the frames and all those different things. It's a full-fledged. This is more of a code-first engine. It does handle the graphics and sound, but you have to come up with the physics. You have to come up with everything else, the animation loops, and how to deal with that. But it deals with the rendering of the graphics. So that's pretty cool. There's a lot about it I don't know. I'm still learning. But let me kind of pause my ambient music here. What we'll do is we'll have up a... Close that off. Hit play. Oh, appreciate that. Yeah. So this is... Let me see if I can get this over in the right screen quick enough. So yesterday I just put in the sound system, and it loaded. So the handles the music, and basically what it will do is I tell it what to play. It will volume down at a rate, like say, go from whatever the default is to 0 in 1500 milliseconds. It figures out the timing and all that, and does that. And then it brings up the next song in reverse, volume from 0 up until you get the sound. So I have like preloaded sounds. And then I have a little bit of a queuing system. So right now it's like the start music. Want me to talk over it? Apologize. So it's your beginning music, and then the cue, they'll detect there's something in the queue afterward. And it'll just play the next one. So this would be like my theme town music. Still got to make the town screen, but I'm making the first thing I made was the maze, run around in the maze screen. I figured if I can get that part working, because I was doing like a proof of concept, hey, what can MonoGame do? And if I could make it so I could travel through the maze like it could before, I might be hooked, and I was more than hooked. So here we go. So yeah, I'm using WASD, so you can move through your keys. Yes, you'll see that very quickly. Wizardry is its grandfather. I've been influenced by that, I'm sorry, since I was like 8, so it's been decades now. I'm finally getting to be able to play my game. I'm going to switch out the music, so I got some test music I'll just kind of throw into. So this is dungeon crawl music. So I use WASD. I have a little bit of a legend down below. You can turn left, turn right, go forward or back. So you just move around like that. And you go through your maze as quickly as you can push your button. Or if you hold down your button, it'll auto advance as well. Now, normally the game would do a roll to see, okay, when are you going to get attacked, or what are you going to get attacked by? And an encounter will occur, then you get to fight the monsters. I mean, it's a real simple game. You go through the dungeon, you find monsters, you just dispatch them and don't get dispatched yourself. Find treasure and gold and quest items and rinse and repeat, until you win the game. There are 10 levels. There's 30 rooms per level. So it's potentially 900 levels per 900 rooms per level. Now, I extensively created some tool sets in the website space where I can edit all the game data and such using the website, and also I have the level editor and everything, so that'll be interesting. I still use that to finish my game, and there's actually nothing that says inside of MonoGame you couldn't host that version of the game. It fires up the browser and I can use the browser, but we'll see. I'm going to get the game working first. And I might add the edit screens to this, because as the owning of the game, one thing it's going to allow you to do is, if you wanted to completely change your game, you could if you wanted to. So yeah, you can move through. You can go through doors. I need to have door effect sounds and stuff like that. You go through, and this is kind of a test maze I've built on. What it's doing behind the scenes, it looks forward. It takes a maze and looks 5 units up, in front of you. And three rooms left or right. So left, center, right. 5 back, up to the front. And it draws them in that order from back to front and side wall, sides, left and right side. So when you draw them over top of each other, it gives you the illusion, kind of a first person perspective. But it's not using 3D graphics at all. I painstakingly drew out everything. But yeah, you go through here. Now and this is just I'm just testing out capability. I had to create library. I had to create classes to deal with getting text on the screen and kind of convert it into classes. I could make reusable code easier for me. It's not really consumer level built. It's built for me, so it does what it needs to do, but it does not have all the whistles and bells unless I add it. But yeah, what it does, it allows me to add it. So you pick a point in the screen. That's your anchor point. It takes your font, figures out the size and how many pixels up and down, left and right, and then I can simply say, all right, I want you to anchor a text box at this location, and then I'll say print this text at line 1. So it starts at that point, draws your line of text, and then if you say line 2, calculates what line 2 would look like. It starts there and draws it, and therefore, so, that's what it does. You could do inline graphics. So if you have small enough graphics like I did, I say, yeah, just put your character condition in line, continue to write with text to another icon, and then also it has a color system where if you in your text you put a tilde 0 through A, B, C, D, E, F, 0 through F, and then your text, and then another tilde, then it's gonna wrap whatever that text is in the color you chose. So I could have inline color. Doing that's going to give me the ability to kind of replicate the log system that I have in the game, because when you fight, you pick your things you want your characters to do, and then you turn around and fight, and you get the battle log. So that kind of looks like this. I'll hit E for emulation. So this is the start of the battle. The music will change. WSD. So if I use W and S, if you have more than one group of monsters to fight, you'll see them and you can cycle through them. Right now I'm just generating one group, but I could hit E to take and regenerate. Right now to cut some slimes. So this is generating slimes. So this goes to the game rule system and says order up an encounter. Absolutely. Yep, you get a lot of different color schemes for low health poison. Yep, absolutely. Actually, the portraits all have different colors, ranging from green, yellow, orange, red, and then gray for dead. They also have like a poison icon. I'm working those out. I was going to work on some of those, and then I got sidetracked to make another game. That's fine. So yeah, so you hit D under WASD pad. So now you select up and down. You just select your character. If you hit D again, you move over to the next one. Now you select your command. This is fight, and then when you hit D again, I want it to go back to the next one. But if you hit back at this point, it will go to your next in line. You just go down and you just pick what you want them to do. Like I want to do a spell. What level of a spell do you want to do? And right now I was going to work on, a little late now, but when I move right, it's going to pick your spell, and then if you move right again, you get to pick your target, depending on the spell. And then if you hit right again, it will go right back to the beginning. So you just rinse and repeat. Go through, this person will cast a spell. I'll stop there for now. Do an ability, I'll show abilities to the right, and then you go forward. So you do a firebolt. So once I get, and now what it's doing, even in this, as I'm working out this screen, and of course I'm going to rearrange things as I go, because, don't like the way it looks the first time you do it, of course, but we'll see. As I go down and select them, it actually is going into the game engine, or the rule system, and setting up your character like the old system does. So it is being functional and allowing you to, it's setting up the choices of your characters. Then once I hit battle, it goes through and computes everything, creates a log. It's those side projects that always get you. It's a tag team operation. So yeah, that's the selection there, and then I'll just hit E again. Okay, then I hit escape to go back to menu. Load and start really doesn't do anything, but if I go to exit, I can exit the game. So yeah, that's my start of the process, and then of course this is being MonoGame. I'm doing MonoGame centric things, of which I do not know everything about. I learn as I need. And so I'm just setting up the graphics, the vectors, the various things. What's interesting about Mono is that you have a main game loop, which I have main entry, for example. And with that, you set up your scenes. Oh, awesome. Okay. Certainly. I remember. Glad to have you back, Killionaire. Krillionaire, right? I'll go ahead and load up the website version and kind of give it a better. This is much more advanced. I used to name my characters, use names after my characters in my various games. What's your business address? That's Voldark's. Oh, let me get back with you. Let's get back with you on that. I mean, Chief Multi-Hat's bad enough, but I kept it. I want to keep it. All right, let's see if this still works. I hope it does. So what this does is fires up the website. So it uses .NET Core Razor Pages. And I'll sit and listen for a website connection, okay? All right, had to take care of something real quick. Apologize. All right, back to scheduled programming. C's not so painful. I wish I never stopped using it. I got into doing other things, so I had to use different languages. Now it's just distant memory. I do enjoy C. That's why I went to C Sharp. C Sharp had a very C-esque feel for it. So yeah, I'm trying to duplicate some of the things you see in this. Well, my particular favorite thing in C is, it helps you, as long as you pay attention to the pointers and things, which is, it's not a bad language. You just got to become a good programmer. But, there's a thing called the old interrupt table on your computer, the first 1,000 bytes. And I cleared out the 1,000 bytes, realizing I cleared out the interrupt table. Your screen doesn't even, it turns black and it doesn't even flash the cursor. It just goes totally lobotomized. The system just goes, oh. What you do is you just push the old power button and start over because it's gone. You wiped out you have effectively completely wiped out, separated all devices from each other completely. Yeah, you completely clear it out. The old DOS days. Yep. That was fun. I was like, why is this? Oh, yeah. See, I picked the wrong variable name. I could do this. Oopsies. Yeah, back then I had to create, I wrote door games. I used to run a bulletin board service. And I did serial communications. So it basically means I had to write my own serial driver in assembly to talk to the UART chip using a PIC interrupts, get information off of configure the UART chip to talk to the modem. So you had the low level configure that section of the modem and set up the interrupt to pull data off of the PIC when the modem sends it. That goes in. That's the assembly language, and then it goes in the first C intermediate driver, which is like a block, goes into interrupt table 13H, I think, something the BIOS hook, to basically pull data off of the hardware or the low level of buffers into program space buffers. And then after that, you wrote a C program to interface that so that you could talk to the C program like a library, like you talk to any other library. So you have like a little bit of layering. So yeah, once I got the serial drivers working and got the modem code working, talk to the modem, then I can deal with like, the CTS, RTS signals and all that good stuff. Then you create a door game library. And then I wrote the game against that door game library. And it was text-based, ANSI terminal. It printed on the local side, the same screen that you would see on the remote side. And yeah, I made a couple games. And the internet came and took everything away. So here we are. So yeah, this is the little intro of the game. Basically shows I'm just using WASD now. I can't do that anymore. Hit continue. Yep, music starts, get to play. So you're basically your game music. Yeah, here's your town. You go through the town. Oh, certainly. Yep, UDP, TCP, IP. So back when I was going a little bit of college, WinSock was just starting to come out. And we had token ring networks a little bit before that. We were a bunch of computer engineering and computer science people in the dormitories. We ran a cable and set up our own illegal token ring network. And then played Doom. And then during that time, that's what I was working on. You had like a packet driver for your NIC card. And you could throw your packet driver into promiscuous mode, which basically means see everything it can see on the network. And of course, back then with Windows 11 or Windows 3, no password, nothing was encrypted, nothing. So you just put this program on, and anyone's on the network, well, you'll see BIOS names pop by, passwords, everything completely. Well, yeah, I mean, you can still see everything on an Ethernet card too if you have it managed and you just flip the port over to promiscuous mode. You can also read everything that's on the network. But now everything's encrypted at the media level. So, but yeah, I created a ARP and a reverse ARP server. And by the time that was all done, I had no memory in DOS. But hey. No, it actually wasn't that bad, but it was fun. I had TCP/IP standard volumes 1 and 2. Yep. So yeah, it was fun. It was fun to learn the low level. So because you have a packet driver, then you had to create the Ethernet frame, and then within the Ethernet frame, you created is it UDP IP? It's IP UDP IP TCP actually. And then, you got your MAC address routing and things like that. So you wrote assembly language to talk to the low-level driver of your NIC card, and then that compiled into your C, and then C then used you interfaced the assembly code through the interrupt. Yep. And, mess with the framing and things like that. So, I mean, technology has changed so much that, you had to... If you wanted to make a game back then, you'd had to buy a hardware Bible, EGA graphics 16, or SVGA graphics, and you had to learn all the hardware level stuff if you wanted to do anything. There wasn't any libraries, nothing available unless you were like commercially, just from a hobbyist standpoint. And really, it wasn't like you could be a hobby doing that stuff. And it was incredibly complex. And at some point, you're like, I can't do this by myself, type of thing. So you kind of learn about it. And then, every year you had a different upheaval in graphics card capability. It went from 4 colors to 8 colors to 16 colors to 256 colors to 16 million colors, within, 5 to 7 years. So constantly trying to change that. So, yeah, I mean, back then when I had brain power and not atrophy of the brain, it was fun. Now I have to pick things I want to keep in my head and then pick what I want to lose. Side project in 3D dungeon crawler of the Sega Dreamcast. Oh, yeah. Day standard's pretty outdated. Yeah. Yep. Absolutely. Here I'm just going to hack website code. But yeah. So basically, yeah, you just the game, you're going to have different parts of the game where you're going to go, you're going to go build your characters out. You're going to read about how to play the game. Rearrange your characters, of course I flip over from the game engine, then I have to go into the website and go, okay, how am I going to arrange the screens? And then I got to pick out, all right, the user interface. I need to, develop a way for you to rearrange your characters, to see things, respond. So that's all website technologies. And then, that then reports back to the game engine, and then it decides what to do. Guild Hall basically allows me to create, here's my parties, here's what's in my party. You could then add more parties to your guild, and then you could recruit more. You could recruit somewhere in here. There we go. Click a fighter, and down here, here's your fighter. You can hit train. You could then reroll your stats. Yep, so you basically reroll your stats, and then you put them into your party. You go to like the boar snout where you're going to have, I actually have a music background, but you go in, you can rest and recovery, which I'll do real quick here. Just for a week. Tells you what happened. So this log system comes back and has this information with these color indicators. So, in MonoGame, I recreated the ability to do the colors, and then I also created another function in the main library to not expect the data to come back to be consumed by, say, a website. So I'm not putting I'm not encapsulating things in span and changing the class to the thing that makes the color change. Instead, when it does everything except the color codes, it keeps the color codes and sends them to me, because then the text string processor in MonoGame I wrote will then do the color changes and such. So yeah, I had to do a little bit of low-level sanity of life type things, so that when I do start transferring this over to the MonoGame, I'm trying to regain maximum amount of reusability, essentially. So yeah, all these different screens means I have to create different screens in MonoGame, or generate a single screen that's more intuitive. So yeah, you basically go through. You can buy your armor. You got your armor and you got your weapons you could pick. I'm going very fast. Apologize. But you also have armor's weapon, items, things you could consume to use. And then you have the place to, bring your characters back, because they might, perish. Yeah, here's the actual gameplay. So I just jump right in. So you're in the maze, and everything's centered in the screen, because the idea would be I wanted to scroll in the portrait mode of your phone, have it fit so that you could play on your phone website. So I probably will come back and finish out the web version of this, but so yeah, you just click inside and you move. Now Silk is feeling a danger approaching. Then we have an encounter. Got slimes. So I'm going to assign everyone to attack. Now I don't have to assign everyone in MonoGame, but you still go through and say I want to fight. Who wants to fight? You say I want to do a spell. You pick one of your mages that say you do sleep. Now this jumping up and down is an artifact of trying to get things to be centered in the website using HTMX. I was still converting it over, so I still need to work on that. But yeah, so a spell, everyone else is going to fight. I hit battle, and it just goes through and says, oh, she's able to cast a sleep. Tells me who gets slept and the effects. and then they get to battle. There's an initiative order, and they all attack. It looks like we took them out. Everyone's starting to parry. So then you go to the next one. You won. Get experience and you get your gold. Keeps track of, game time. Get ready. Then you go back and add it. So you just kind of keep moving. Oop, got an encounter. No one detected anything that time. Yellow slimes. We'll fight again. I realize you're not hearing the game sounds. Scuff screaming. I needed my desktop audio to be free because I wanted to look up some stuff without interfering with the stream. But that means I have to create something to listen to, an application output, and I missed one. So I apologize for no sound. Basically, the sound, though, is I have themed music for everything you do, and it just switches back and forth between the themes of the music. So basically I say basically a lot, so I do apologize. Yeah, you have a battle. So everyone's to fight. You could do it manually by clicking fight. Click on each person and hit fight, but hit spell, pretend I don't know what these enemies do. I will play ignorant. Let's do a firebolt, and the other mage will do another firebolt. And then our cleric will do a healing spell. Let's heal everybody. Alright, let's go to battle. So right off the bat, the slimes whip my butt. Yikes. Yeah, they do. Silk was able to attack. We got some fireball damage going out. Bob was able to do some healing. And then certain spells and effects also can give you a condition, which then will last each round, and the beginning of the conditions will start at the end of the round. So here, this yellow slime got burnt from the fireball before, and I was on fire, and then took damage. But before they took complete damage, they died. So there you go. They're all taken care of. So yeah, I have some test characters. So I have about 2 years of development in this game. There's quite a bit of game engine into it. I have spells, I have conditions, I have weapons and armor. The maze, a system on how to determine what to get spawned to go against. And I'm in the process of working out all the special abilities of the characters. Each character has different things they can do. Like some can attack from shadows, some can command and focus everyone to attack a particular target. Different things like that, little strategies. And it's turn-based. And someone asked, I think before, is this something that's similar to wizardry? Yes. Yes, it is. All right, these guys are red slimes, so I'll just say, everyone just fight. Let's just see what happens. Silk's rapier went crazy, and he already took out a slime. Looks like I got the slimes before they got to me. That's good. Yeah. So you could do an inspection, which basically allows you to perform some operations. Right now, it doesn't cost time, so you can set up, like, say, your camp or things like that. You could also camp, which is just sleeping and regaining spells and health, albeit a small amount. You should go back to town and rest. That's much better. And while you do that, you need a guard. If you don't guard and get attacked, the lower the levels in the dungeons you are, the more nasty that happens. If you're sleeping, they'll sneak in onto you and you'll lose your characters right out. They'll just die. They'll be dead because you're sleeping. So guard. It's dangerous, but it might be a situation where you might need to do this. You might have a condition. It tells you the character must immediately rest or risk losing, half their life each round. So you might have to, do a guarded rest. So different things like that. I'll do a quick jump home. There we go, back to home. We'll rest for a week. A day. Okay, that's all we needed, just a day, get a few things there. But yeah, you get food and drink. You can go back to town by accident. Jobs, quests, and information. So you pick up quests. Actually, you pay a prospect fee, and then you go and make more money. So yeah, it's quite a bit of the game in the game. And now I'm trying to take all what I'm doing here. So yeah, this is quite the system. Yeah. So you get your game design, and then you got to convert it into, like the core game is Maze RPG Library. That's really where the game is. That's where it exists. The main game loop is off the game engine or the game dungeon. And the game session is the data that represents everything you're doing in the game. That's a game session. And the game dungeon handles the all the round, all the game progression. It's not like, I don't have like a lot of fancy architect designs in this. I mean, I do use OOP where it makes sense, and I'm trying to do, reusability and such. My classes, when I'm building out my characters, I'm doing things like, let's create a base class called character, where we're going to have all the, base information, and the fact that the engine works off the base class. And then you add, currently, I agree, less fancy is better. It can be. I like reusability. I don't like having to figure out what I was doing before as I step away from it. So build a system that I can get back into it easier. Try to write code in a documenting way, or at least makes sense. That's why I kind of go a little bit out of the way describing my code. But if I'm in a small loop, I will use just an X or a Y. But if it makes importance, I will use something bigger. But yeah, you just kind of go through and do that. Characters, like I said, you have characters which then build into character players. Oh, come on now. There we go, character players. So yeah, you have the character players, which are abstract classes, and they derive from the player. Player basically says, this is the things we add to the character class to make it behave like a player's character. And from there you derive, the different groupings like melee characters, skilled melee, magic casters, different kinds of casting ability, and different types of physical attacks. So we get more and more. So we get more and more specific down the chain we go, and then finally we have the very specific. Here's a cleric. Now I could technically create one more level and say white cleric, blue cleric, green cleric, if you wanted to. But yeah, so right now I have fighter, mage, thief, and cleric are the main characters. The rest I'm still trying to give them the special abilities. A lot of times they're a mix, like a paladin is a mix between a fighter and a cleric. Sage is both a cleric and a wizard or a mage. A thief is, it's a base class, but then you could have like a ninja, which is a mage. They will have like mage spells. You can have a minstrel, which is a thief cleric, kind of like a bard in a way. And then you have a wilder, which is kind of like a ranger barbarian mix. It's physical melee. The advanced characters give, they a little bit more capability, but it doesn't mean you can't play the game with your simple 4 at the beginning. It gives you more flavor, give you a little more survivability, and I'll have some puzzles that would require it'd be a normal challenge for the higher characters, and a challenge if you want to use more simple characters. Yeah. So really, you got to build the game, and then actually got to turn around and actually make the game. I'm getting closer to actually making the game, but I got to build all the things to support the game in the first place. So yeah, just so I kind of stepped away from this development just a little bit because I'm now going to create dungeon. Sirens in the background. Sounds like a fire engine truck. Anyways. Oh yeah, there's always more engine work to do. Yeah, I mean, I've ripped out things too. I'm like, I'm gonna do it this way. You're down in the muck, and you're like, this is not gonna work. It's gonna be more work working around what doesn't work. So rip. I'll spend a couple weeks fixing it. Had those, and then but because I'm just making the game myself, I also got to spend the time. Have to find. So I find Kevin MacLeod is the online. He supplies game music, or music in general for. Give him credits in your game, type royalty free. Very nice, very generous, and yeah. I looked at the library and picked out different things, so that was my music source. But for all the artwork and stuff, I have to sit and open up my MS Paint and create my own game art. So I got to put the other latent talent to try to make some art, and turn around and make it using the game. So yeah, I just, I bring over Maze Library, which is the game, and then I build up things because this is the MonoGame. So with MonoGame, there's some abstraction. I discovered right off the bat, MonoGame has a namespace called Game. I did too. So now I have Game Dungeon is my name, my entry point instead of game. That's fine. And rudimentary sharing of code setup. This is based off of a few demos, and I modified them a little bit. And then I build what I'm calling scenes. So like in MonoGame, there isn't scenes, but the concept of a scene is pretty much prevalent in a lot of game engines. And so it makes sense now. So I've kind of made a scene, and I'm driving other classes off of those scenes. I can have some sort of common. The operation is common, so I can plug it one in and out, move to the next one, kind of a framework on how I want to transition between. I'm in town, I'm now in the maze. Okay, I need to do an encounter. I need to go back to the maze. I need to go to town. I got to go to the various stalls that are inside the town, and such. So that's been fun. And what's kind of fun about this is that you already have your game engine. Or you have a good chunk of your game done. So as moving over to this, I'm just spending time trying to figure out how to get the graphics to work and make it work nice. Another nice thing about MonoGame is I had the sum of an idea that I would like to sell Dungeons of Treptera on Steam. Went ahead, I do have a storefront set up with nothing in it right now, and that's been there for 2 years. Waiting for this game. I'm hoping maybe sometime next year that'll be done, at least the first version of it. But I'm trying to figure out how am I going to get a website server to be installable by, I appreciate that, installable by Steam. What's the complexity of that? I mean, can I do that? I tried wrapping it up in something like Electron and things. That didn't work at all. And so I thought, well, how about I went with the website because that's what I know. I don't know these engines. I know how to program. I just don't know the engines. So I just said, well, just use what you know. I did that. And then that's fine. But then I got to figure out how to monetize, I guess, in a way. In MonoGame, I saw MonoGame is really your XNA, the old Microsoft XNA library. And that was no longer supported by Microsoft. I think the rights got purchased by a third-party LLC or a third-party nonprofit. And they basically rebuilt it up and are now maintaining it, which it now uses the almost latest .NET framework, core. So a lot of good support, and I don't know. I need all the whistles and bells. I just know what I do need, and it does supply those things. I thought about since like Godot is C# almost, I think it's now a first class citizen in Godot. Could I put my game into Godot? Maybe. What I'm still trying to figure out there is where's the main game loop, or would my mage lib, or my game objects reside? How do I build them, and how do they stay instantiated and get used by the rest of the engine? So there's a lot of different things I didn't know about that. With MonoGame, it's pretty much code first, and it's very easy to pick up. It's like, oh, you go into graphics mode, okay. You print to the screen. That's what you do here. Oh, you got to just support, if you want to start off with things, you want to support, you got to load your content. You have a function the engine calls load content. This is where you load up your content using your content manifest. It compiles all your assets, and then you have an asset manager essentially pulled in. Then you have the update. This thing gets called every time the game engine MonoGame expects for you to do computations and maybe get user input. So it comes in with the game time variable, let you know how much time is passing every time it hits update. Here you do that logic. And then in the draw side, it's going to fire this when it's expecting you to draw graphics. So don't do intensive things in the update and turn around and do them in draw. Let draw just be draw. Optimize your things for draw. And taking those 3 or 4 main, well, yes, you have initialize too, if you need it. So I made other classes that take the same types of expectations. I created like an abstract dungeon scene, and I'm using it to share. If I need to share information between my scenes, my dungeon scene abstract class exposes static information, and I just plug it in more as I need, and then I build out each of my scenes. And so like the encounter should be able to handle everything in the encounter. The town, which I don't have yet, but town should be done. Everything in town, and vice versa, and so forth. So yeah, that's basically what I've been doing. It could do 3D too. I'm not into 3D yet, but it can do 3D. You have what's called texture 2Ds. You have vectors, which operate similarly with vectors in, say, Godot and stuff, which is nice. This is kind of like a nice step up in between. Yes, it's code first. You have to start and build things out probably a lot more from scratch than you would if you went into Godot or Unity. But it kind of helps me understand these are the things that you need to be looking for when you want to use like a mainstream game engine framework. You saw I could be less of a steep learning curve, more of a functional and practical get into it type of a thing. So now I'm like, now I understand if it supplies with me with a scene manager, it's much more nice. I don't have to make all these classes necessarily, but yeah, a little bit of a bridge and glue between the two. Just gotta look through my code. And as I, type this, when I start putting this stuff together, it's a first pass. Things are fairly unoptimized, or I'm using these things to make it work. I could convert them over to other other things. But there's nothing wrong with having arrays, and setting things up. You don't have to have large, hugely abstract systems. Yeah, I doubt I would have to optimize it all. I seriously, it's pretty much static frame show, slideshow game. I would hope not. Now the little virus blaster I'm going to make is probably still not even touching it. It's so simple. Yeah, I would objectify, create a class to handle, say, animations, and try to start off, try to make it in the most generic support possible, like all animations and things like that. What do you need? What are the base pieces of information you need to perform animations? what are your, things like that. Do I, on the loads content, do I load a sheet that everything's 32 by 32, and the loading mathematically then, pulls out each individual? I just supply it one sheet of graphic, do that. Or you can get a library and then install it and use it too. But yeah, you can optimize things like that. But you got to build those things out. You got to build out all your utilities. So I would come up with what, if I'm doing animation, I'm going to calculate the time I need per frame, how many frames I need, what are my frames, what's the start and stop, things like that. And then once they're kind of autonomous, then you just instantiate those as you need them. That's kind of the idea. Here, I don't need to do framing like that, so. All right. Yeah, it's just systems built off of systems. I mean, the first thing I'm like, I need a keyboard manager. Because every time it updates, it tells if a key is pressed or not pressed. So then you have to tell, is it the first frame you got pressed? So the first time it gets pressed, I should step back a little more. Camera hits me. Indicates that, I'm pressing down, or I have pressed the W key, and then I handle it once. And if I hold down the W key, it's ignored until you let off of it. So then you have a manager that deals with those intricacies. So as a game portion, I just ask, did you hit the W key? I did hit the W key. Okay, now to go do something. And then input, bind actions. So, I mean, you could make it so that it is an event. Right. So, within the game manager, I could set it up to that's where I'd put the remapping capability. So, if you remap the W, what I would call expecting the W, you would just remap that expectation to something else. That's how I would go about doing that. I'd put it through a little translation first. I would ask for it as the W key from the game side, and the keyboard manager would say W means this. So when that other thing is hit, it will tell me, yep, W was hit. At least that would be the one iteration I would do. Another function would be I have is like I could ask it, if this key has been held down more than 650 milliseconds, consider it a first frame key hit again. And then every 650 milliseconds, I've been looking for it to see if you hit the W key. The first time you hit it, I act on it, then I won't act on it again because the keyboard manager says it's not the first frame. But if I called the other hold down button function, then every 650 milliseconds. What does that look like? I think it looks over here. No one asked, but I'm going to show. Here you go. Did you hit it the first time? Yes. No. You're still holding it down. All right. Well, then hold key pulse. If you hold it down for more than the whole delay, consider that first, return true. That's what they do. So yep. And then when you draw the maze, it just goes through and so the game engine, maze party basically is your information about you being in a maze. And I asked the engine, all right, so what does my maze view look like? It gives me a list. It gives me a list of assets in the order that should be rendered. That will then give me the view of the maze. And that's what it does. Just does his due diligence, attempts to draw them in the appropriate place. All right, so I was looking on the encounter. Hit play again. Pause sounds a little bit. Okay. Well, thanks, Roscoe. I certainly appreciate you stopping by. You have a good run. I probably myself need to eat lunch, or actually now it's going to be dinner. So probably will be wrapping up myself. But yeah, absolutely appreciate you coming by. Thank you so much. Keep moving out of frame here. All right, well, I certainly appreciate all that have dropped by and take a look at what I'm doing. I have to go eat. I'm hungry. But certainly appreciate being here. Had a chance to talk about some of the old days. Converting from website over to Mono. Talked about the game, kind of showed a little bit. Also got, in a good way, sidetracked off a little bit on my own. I mean, I chose to do it, so it's my fault. But did some graphics for little asteroid Space Invader type game. Pardon me. That I would like to build called Virus Blaster. Basically, you defend your cells below you, and a bunch of viruses and bacteria and other nasties come dropping down, and you gotta destroy them before being destroyed. Eventually, you get destroyed, and you can start over. But yeah, real super simple game, arcade style. So look forward to maybe taking a little break. If I'm gonna take a break, that's what I would make. But now I'm going to continue working on mono conversions and get the encounter. I want to get the encounter system completely working, and then move on to getting the town completely working. So until next time, I'll try to stick to my schedule. This is an impromptu wake-up schedule. I missed my Friday one. Do some adjustments on when I stream. Gotta look at that a little bit. So, well, thank you, wherever you may be, and if watching the VOD, thank you so much if you got to the end. Thank you. But get more into coding, and basically, if I'm going to code, I might as well share what I'm doing. I may not talk a lot during those head down time, but stop in, take a look at what I'm doing, ask questions, be more than grateful to try to answer them, and just kind of share what I'm doing. All right, well, wherever you may be, have a good evening, good night, good morning. Thank you so much.